Hello, 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 everyone. Hey, Rowdy, how's it going? How's your Sunday? I am doing great. Was work decent this week? Work was weird this week. Like, not in a bad way, but like, I was finally able to start working on and catch up on all of those things that you like that aren't high priorities, so they get kind of pushed back. Like going through client lists and combining things so that way we don't have, Joe Schmo in there 14 times because he's changed his phone number 3 times or whatever. Like, and actually consolidating some of that information because, like, the email is the same or the mailing ad, whatever. Being able to consolidate things and, like, that's a when there's time kind of thing. Like, it needs to get done, but it's also not priority. And so, like, I was able to do things. I'm ahead on some things. Like, that doesn't happen in my day job. Being ahead, usually I'm putting out fires and shoving things back because I have to put out fires for other things. So work was good. Weird, but good. And the other manager got some kind of lame brain idea in his head for like 5 minutes, and between Kayaks and I, we basically told him it wasn't going to work unless he found some other way to make it happen. But, so we'll see what comes down with that. Yeah, work was good. You did most of your adulting, yay. Yay for no more adulting. Or at least minimal adulting left. I am doing laundry. I mean, not currently, because I'm obviously here with you all. But that's what I was doing this morning. And our dryer is terrible. You still have to adult? Yeah. Well, hopefully not for too much longer. Hopefully not for too much longer. I had to fix I have to fix 2 nails and shower. Well, showering is good. Showering is important. Generally, if you're going to be around other people, you don't really want to stink. And even if not, at some point you'll start stinking to yourself, and that's no good either. Yeah, our dryer is terrible. So the first load of laundry I did is still in the dryer. The dryer is actually probably done running, and they're probably ready to take out of the dryer. And even if they're not fully dry, I'm just going to hang them to dry the rest of the time. But the other load, is now done and waiting to go into the dryer, which one of these days will replace our dryer. I did learn yesterday you can overeat at Red Lobster. I felt like I was dying last night. There's just sometimes, like, food is just so good. I love food. And I generally don't think I overeat very much, but every once in a while, like, we had book club yesterday. The book was Pippi Longstocking. And we decided we always kind of do kind of a potlucky sort of thing, but we decided to do like a charcuterie style board. I smelled like I should have been left alone last night. Ouch. But yeah, there were 7 of us. We all brought so much stuff. Like, there were things that I didn't even get a chance to try because everything was so good. And, like, fruit and veggies and meat and crackers and homemade mustard and jams. There was so much stuff. Anyway, so I absolutely understand the, like, eating way too much and then being like, oh, because everything was just so good. And So we all know that it is Lobster Fest. There's so much food. Oh, that's right. It is Lobster Fest. Kayaks and I were talking about needing to do a date night to Red Lobster because of Lobster Fest. And then the kiddo was all like, well, what about me? And Kayaks was like, well, you went with us to our anniversary dinner, so we get an actual date night, which is sort of funny because it was his idea for her to go with us to anniversary dinner, which I don't care, whatever. But yeah, we want to. I'd forgotten about Lobster Fest, and yet Kayaks and I were literally trying to plan a date night to go take advantage of it. But how has your week been, Rowdy? How was the rest of your week since I haven't seen you since Tuesday? And anyone else? Yeah. How was your week? How is your Sunday treating you? Hopefully, most of us are not really adulting. It has been a week. And that's fair. That's totally fair. Should we get into some games? I have to readjust this. The kiddo is trying to at least get the points to get her custom cosmetic stuff, which we'll probably get tonight. I think there's probably like one more game that we need for her to get it. I, on the other hand, I'm at 25% of the last trophy upgrade. If we box it off before the event ends Tuesday morning, I would be amazed. But should we get started? Should we get into a couple of maps? I think so. Where do we want to start? We want to start with Ridgeview. We did a lot of Ridgeview last night, so I was sort of feeling something different, but I don't know that I really want to start out my day with Grafton. Oh, and hey, look, maybe you should have sound. There we go. I had to explain to someone if they don't get the trophy by Tuesday, they can work on it next Easter. Yeah, I think there is definitely confusion about that. I don't think they were super clear on it this year about that. Or like last year, or maybe I just didn't pay attention, which is entirely possible. But like last year, they were very clear on like certain things would be just for this time, but then the trophy is upgradable for the next like 3-4 seasons or whatever. And I know that they're now, or at least it's been mentioned, that they may be trying to change some of that up. Just because a lot of people are going to box off the trophies this year. You know, that like started them last year or whatever. A lot of people boxed them off last year. And like, I'm kind of amazed by some of that. So, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, you'll still be able to upgrade your trophy again next year. There will be new badges and ID cards for the community stuff. And a new whatever for the personal goal. And then the trophy stuff, you'll just continue on. So, yeah, there is no rush. I'm certainly not going to finish it before Tuesday. This person doesn't play by themselves. They're a noob and a truck princess. Hey, I love truck princesses. The kiddo, you can always tell when the kiddo is starting to kind of get bored with playing, because that's basically what she does, is she just kind of hangs out in the van with her character like staring at the activity monitor or at the video camera or something. Like, that's what she does. And it's like, well, as long as you're placed somewhere where we can use the TV that's in front of us, because she plays on the PlayStation. I knew not when they messaged me obsessively daily. Oof. Okay, that's fair. The constant messaging is definitely a bit much. I can agree with that one. I didn't really look at the weekly tasks. Parabolic, cursed possessions. I mean, I could just carry around a parabolic every once in a while, even if it's not a objective. And then 3 unique ghost photos in the daily. We can probably manage those. Alright, who are we looking for? When I leveled them up 30 levels? Yeesh. Yeah, I think you've put in your time there. Maybe, I don't know, kick them out of the van. You be the van princess for a minute. Make them do some of the work. Something. Yeah, your van princess is supposed to be kind of, helpful and not just needy. At least in my opinion. Yeah. Someone else just loves their, you do you. But yeah, it's nice if they at least are looking at the right screens to help you out or whatever. Alright, we've got Livy Alexander. So Livy is a lady, so all of our ghosties are possibilities. We need to repel her with incense while she's chasing us. Boo. We need to detect the ghost with the motion sensor, and we need 3 videos. So we'll get our usual thingy things. And we'll do bunnies at the end. I really had kind of gotten it into my head that I wanted to do bunnies sort of at the same time. Oh, easy bone. That's not the button. And, that it would be kind of fun to see if I could figure things out without, speeds and stuff like that. But I'm just not certain if you're in this poopy little hallway, ghost is in the poopy little hallway. Pretty sure. Oh, and we've got tarot. They need to fix this. I hate that this is a room, because it should just be part of the dining room. I mean, on the flip side, I don't have to walk very far to, leave the house and get to the van, but it just shouldn't be a room. Yeah, so last night, Kayaks and I were playing with the kiddo, and I had upped it to 3 evidence because that's kind of what she's more comfortable with, and we don't play all that often. She doesn't play all that often anymore. And yeah, she was going around looking for bunnies while we were doing the stuff. And I kind of realized that I don't think I just know ghosties quite well enough to be that comfortable. I probably know them better than I think, but to be comfortable with possibly dealing with trying to figure out a ghost via speeds and stuff like that when they've been altered by bunnies. And we still might have to, but I'd like to have it narrowed down a bit more. And not be trying to remember later what our stuff is. Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you far? Are you stinky? Do you like cheese? You like stinky cheese. Okay, you're not gonna give us spirit box. Get you down there. That's everything in my hands. Groovy. Alrighty, what else do we need? Motion sensors in my hands. Videos. Repel. Sanity is still fine. I think we'll turn this light on too. Oh, Ghosty turned that light off. Come on, place the motion sensor. It helps if you push the right buttons. You know, imagine that. Alrighty, let's look for some feetses. I don't see any. Well, let's put some more salt right here. I attempted to get them better at the game. Immediate, intermediate is brutal. Intermediate really is brutal. When you're used to having no setup time and all of the other stuff, intermediate is rough. Okay, no freezing yet. There, it went through that salt, so we don't have a wraith. We don't have a Galoo. I don't have a dots in here at all. That's silly. Oh, I was going to... Well, we'll do it next game. I was thinking I would switch to the tier 3 dots and just use that for bunnies, kind of try it out, see how I felt about it. And then I forgot. That is what I was baiting for, was an EMF 5. Alright. Well, we at least have some kind of evidence. I guess we could get a sound recorder. What do you think? Get a sound recorder, get that going. We've got at least 2 fairly easy things for us to record with the sound recorder, so I highly doubt our EMF 5 is still running. But Onryo is gone with an EMF 5, so we can at least do that again. Hey yourself, lady. I don't think we're gonna get ghost writing. It could be late freezing. We haven't seen any UV. Alright, did did that actually duplicate the MF5? No, it did not. Cool. You, go away. Alright. So, I still don't see... any orbs anywhere. If anyone else sees orbs, you know, shout at me, because I... Oh. There we go. We've got ghostwriting, finally. Just, you know, late ghostwriting. Okay, let's... Alright, so we have all of our sounds. We have a duplicate fire extinguisher. I don't know if I care that much right now. Got all of our videos. We just need to do the repel. Let's get our ghostwriting marked down. I'm wondering if it's a shade, and the reason I'm wondering that is because it finally ghost wrote once we were not in the room. I'm not really positive where that room boundary is, so I don't know if we're in the room or out of the room, or, you know, on the ceiling, or who knows. Okay, but we are close to hunt range. So let's get one of you. Get one of you in there. And what do we think? Do we want to try bunnies, or we want to... Nope, that's the outside light. Do I want to do bunnies after it hunts? Oh, there's a bunny in that one. Yay, but she ran away. I'm gonna try and put this, like... There is no good way to do that and have it not cover the room, is there? No, and it turned on a candle. Yeah, I do feel like we might be dealing with a shade. But we're gonna sit here. The light is on. I don't want to pull tarot cards and risk the possibility of having our sanity go up. BRB, need to bring puppy pads. Thank you for the lurk. Thanks for the lurk, Rowdy. Do the thingies. Do all the stuff in the things. So here is kind of a downside to this being, whoop, the spot, is that because we're right near the ghost room, if it's a myling, we're just gonna be able to hear it until it like goes upstairs or goes far enough away. Also, with the event, it's really hard to tell mylings. So there's also that. And we do have to do a repel. So maybe we change up our idea here. I think I'm gonna grab a second incense. I just have the suspicion that I might want to. Right, we are basically right at hunt range for mylings and spirits. Shades won't hunt till much earlier, or till much later. Sorry, when we're at lower sanity. I'm wondering if I need to pull this one out also. Yeah. I want to force it to try to start hunting from like pretty far back. Although if we get a burn, then we can race out and take a look at what sanity we were at. And that would be useful also. Look here, lady. Not right here. As I try to walk backwards and fail. Ghost turned off the power. I don't know where the power is. We're gonna need our light back on for that. So let's look where the power is. It is, of course, in the basemonte. And Ghost just turned the power back on? She did. She's also hunting. I can't see anything. This'll be fun. Alright, so she slowed down when I smudged her. I could hear the sounds basically everywhere. That got me the repel. Alright, so... And she hunted at 45. So we are going with not a shade. Who slows down? Of our two options, who slows down when you smudge them? Boop, boop, boop. Trying to think. I guess I'm leaning more towards spirit now. Right, so we do need one more photo. Arguably, we need one more video. Because I know we have a duplicate. Boop, boop, be-doo. Alright, we are gonna put... We're gonna get our the dots projector. We're gonna put the crucies back in place. As we got the repel. Even though I basically stood in the basement like a deer in headlights, I did not start a smudge timer like a doofus. But we can kind of get an idea. No bunny. And what I need to do probably for incense and smudge timers truly is to there's not an oh, there is a nest in here. Alright, so now we're back to normal speed and stuff. Oh, and we got farted on. Did we leave all the lights on this side? We might have. No, I think we turned them off, but since we're here, let's double check. Alright, so we had a runaway bunny and a screamy bunny. Yeah, Ghosty is back to 100% speed. No bunny in that one. There's none back there. And yeah, we were just super lucky that basically the hunt ended sort of right after I did the smudge. That is not... Standing right here next to the power is not a hiding spot. So we were just really, really lucky. Oh, and then we broke the power. I'm gonna do bunnies up here real quick anyway. Alright, we've got a runaway bunny. She's back to being slow. That's not hiding. No bunny. No, I want to look in the closet. Thank you. That's also no hiding. Bunny? Bunny? Who's got the bunny? Right, that's all the nests, right? So we've had a total of 3 bunnies. What else? What else do we need? I mean, it would be nice to get, like, a burnt crucie video and photo. So let's go for that. Try to perfect game this thing since we can. The space should be fully covered by crucies again. As far as like turning power on and stuff like that, which it did, that unfortunately does not help us eliminate either of our possible ghosties. And I'm standing in this room with the light off so that we can drain our sanity again. He's gonna throw plates around me. Do I have... I don't have an object throw, so arguably I could try to get an object throw video. That would be fine by me. We could... Mylings are the ones that are kind of talky in parabolics, right? Lighter. There we go. And we are basically back down to almost hunt range again. And this is no grace, so I am kind of standing out of the room, but close enough to be covered by the crucies, so that way, if she tries to spawn out here, for example. And turn on dirty water. If we really need to, we can use that for a photo. Go back to your room. Thank you. Alright, we're dropping this. We're dropping this. We'll get a photo. And it took like half an hour, but that's perfect game. Provided we're right on our ghost. So I don't think we got any like usable. Yeah, this is even at no sounds on the parabolic. So I think I feel kind of solid with the idea of spirit. I'm not 100% convinced. It is still a 50-50 possibility, but we'll find out. And we were correct with a spirit. Ba-ba-ba-bum! And we got some more Easter points. Okay, let's switch the dots out to the 3. I want to kind of try it. I want to see what that looks like. As far as, I'm just curious how long we were in there. I was correct, about half an hour. But that perfect game bonus is really nice. I want to kind of see how the tier 3 dots works. I've seen other people use it. It seems to work okay. But I just am I'm just curious if it works for me. Because I've done the 2s. We've been mostly using the 1. When Kayaks and I are playing together, we have a 3 and a 1, and 3 for the ghost room, and then a 1 for bunny hunting. So I'm just curious to see if 3 works for me personally anyway for solo, and maybe, it'll help you in figuring out whether you want to try it that way or not. I know the event's almost over, so maybe it would be like something to put in your pocket for next year, but Alright, we got Karen Wilson. We need to do a repel with Karen while she's chasing us again. In Grafton, we might not do that. We just might not. We'll see. We need a video of Karen, and we need sanity below 25. We might not do any of these. Grafton has been particularly funky lately. So we'll see how this goes. And if it goes poorly, it goes poorly. So with like these lights and stuff, there was someone else that I was hanging out with that was playing, and they think that maybe like some of these like the lanterns and the work lights and stuff might be like another investigation crew was here before, where I sort of surmised that maybe it was more like a cleanup crew or like a work crew coming to work on the house since it's falling apart. Try to rebuild it, etc. I don't know, what are your theories? Do we have theories about like, the lights and stuff? The sort of little nuggets of storyline that they've put in here that they actually haven't given us a storyline for. I'm always curious to hear somebody else's, like, thoughts about it. Oh, we have fridge hiding. For me, that means that the ghost is probably in here, but our ghosty isn't. Gotta play with your floor door. Because it's just hilarious that that's the door we can manipulate. Don't be back here, thank you. Alright, no hiding there. But power is here. Okay, no monkey paw. There is hiding here too. Oh, the sewing room door is open. I don't know why I'm cycling through my stuff. Okay. Look to see if we see a bone. Oh, I guess I never realized there was eggs back there. And with this map having been kind of being weird, I actually haven't played it a lot. And I will say that I honestly haven't truly experienced too much of the weird because I haven't been playing it a lot. But I'm aware of it. I guess is probably the best way to put that. I've heard lots of comments, complaints, feelings, statements, etc. about it, so I know that there have been issues. Oh, we're just in the hallway. I was about to ask everybody if that hammer is where it normally is. Because I'm guessing it isn't. Okay, we're gonna put you there. No mirror. If I don't find the bone, I don't find the bone. Also, if we're doing bunny hunting later, we will be going around the map even more. So, we can look for the bone then. Right now, I am... Oh, bone. Just looking for cursed objects. Music box. Groovy. So we can get that down. We definitely want the other crucie down up there. That hall is just long enough that we... Maybe one would cover it. But I think that would be, like, cover it barely. Sanity is still looking good. Oh, we've got orbs. Well, I was going to ask the question of whether or not that hall back here is also considered part of the hallway or if it's considered part of the upstairs. And I guess we know the answer. Nope, that doesn't help me. There we go. Or maybe we want it more like here. Right, what else do we want to get? Oh, and we haven't said hi to the ghost chickens yet. We better say hi to the ghost chickens. Gotta say hi to ghosty chickens. Hi, ghost chickens. How you doing? You got a whole bunch of bunnies hanging out here with you. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. I wonder if this light needs to be on also to maintain full sanity. We're gonna assume yes for the moment. Oh, thanks for breaking my lights. Poopy ghost. And I was just standing there like, wait, where's my video camera? Where's the I thought about grabbing all of it. Apparently from brain to body to, you know, computer didn't happen. But especially since she broke the lights, I think we're gonna sit here for a second and watch the video camera, see if we get something like dots. Alright, I'm not seeing anything. Okay. I want to get at least a light on. I know that doesn't help us with the sanity maintenance or with any of that sort of thing. Mostly I want it on just to add some more light to the area so that I can see better, because this map is really, really dark. And like my in-game brightness is all the way up. I usually have my monitor brightness at like 40%, but for Phas, I do turn it way up to like 90. So yeah, my monitor brightness is up, the game brightness is all the way up. You all do have a brightness filter, which sometimes might be a bit much, but it's just set in OBS, so it doesn't turn off like, you know, some of those fancy streamers that do that. Maybe one of these days I'll figure it out. But for now, I tried to adjust it so that it's not crazy bright, but you all can still see decently. Where is my photo camera? Oh, my EMF is like right here. There we go. I don't see her. You know what? We're just gonna go outside. Let her event by herself. Because I also want to check videos. Okay, we got the fire extinguished, we didn't get the salt or the burn. Or we got the burn, we didn't get the salt or the motion sense. And I didn't see feetsies. That doesn't mean a whole lot. Okay, no feet again. But this time I'm gonna put the salt like there. That does eliminate these two guys. Nope, I got a cruciburn. I heard it. It's that one. Alright. Nope, let's place you. Let's not be totally stupid. So we're going to look at our sanity. Basically right at 50. I mean, we were 55, 54. Could be a 60% hunter. Could be a 50% hunter. Okay, we don't have UV. What else if it were to be a mimic because we have orbs? What else do we need to look at? Spirit box, UV, and freezing. So we need to check freezing. If we have freezing, then it's a mimic because we have orbs. If we don't... Onryo, Mayor, Yokai, Dan. Alright, we need to go check freezing. Our sanity is back up to... It's gonna have walked through that salt again. By the time we get up there, I'm sure of it. Come on, freezing. Man, so close. It was just teasing. Okay, so not a mimic. I'm kind of thinking Mayor because it broke the light. That's not really a good way to determine it. It really is not. So we're gonna Onryo test. It's touching all the doors. Alright, that's one blow. What am I doing? I'm being stupid and doing an Onryo test in the dark because the ghost broke the lights. That's what I'm doing. Just got home, had to adult way too hard. I super feel that, Rowdy. I really do. Nope, I don't want to fire extinguish. I dislike the Oreo testing. I do too. I absolutely do too, especially in the dark. Where, you know, then the question is going to be, is it because of the test, or is it because of my sanity probably being borked? I mean, at least the candle is letting me maintain a little bit of sanity. And Ghosty is just throwing things. Alright, so it's got to burn that cruci within, like, what, the next 20 seconds or so? It hasn't done it yet. I am looking at my clock. Oh, it's 8 seconds? Okay, well, it's definitely been 8 seconds. It's now definitely been 20 seconds. So, we're gonna go back outside because we're not gonna be dumb enough to stand in there. Oh, not 20. 20 seconds is fire extinguish. Oh, okay. Getting all my numbers confused. And we have gotten none of the objectives. Eight seconds is for the early hunt. Okay. That makes total sense to me. We are at 60%. I'm sort of curious if we can just get a motion sense video from here, because I just want to. Light break is Mayor, but all ghosts can do it. Yeah. I'm leaning towards Mayor just cuz. Mostly, but that's really the only thing I've got that is, like, absolute Mayor ability bit, and as our next option, basically, also with tier 3 cruci, 20% chance the Onryo will ignite it under the firelight without the extinguish. Huh. I did not know that. I did not know that at all. There's this 1 meter difference, but only with tier 3. Okay. Yeah, I did not know that. Okay, oh, and we've got ads coming up. Ugh. Trying to decide if we just want to, like, go Mayor with basically our evidence and nothing else and just see what happens. I think we kind of do. We'll just do it for the hell of it. And we're probably wrong. No, we weren't. We were right. Go us. We got 14 money points. So we got the ghost and our difficulty multiplier on there for bunny points. Let's go. Yeah, go me. Because we didn't do, all we did was an Onryo test. We didn't really do any other testing, but with the ads and just, they break the lights and Grafton's so dark and we're just going to complain about Grafton all the time. I'm kidding. When Grafton first, like when they first did the rework, first of all, I miss the old Grafton. I really do. But when they first did the rework, I was enjoying it. I really was. But yeah, now it's just kind of broken right now. Anyway, ads are already running for some of you. We do one ad break an hour. It is just for 3 minutes. It keeps pre-roll off for anyone new coming in. If you get ads, get drinks, get snacks, do all the things. I'm going to take a quick break while ads run. If you don't get ads, or don't get all the ads, I put up words on stream so you're not just staring at nothing. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Alright, I am back. We aren't going to start a new round of words. There's only a few seconds left, so we'll go ahead and get the words off screen. Alright, welcome back from the ads. Welcome on back. Hopefully your ads were not awful. Because as we all know, there's some weird ads sometimes. Oh, and did everyone get their astronomer badge at the Galaxy Showcase? Hopefully. I hope you all did. I know there was so much confusion about it. All over the place. And you know, sometimes there was someone, I think it was in Chinggis's chat, that was there like, but the site said Eastern time and blah blah blah, and then we all looked at it and it said UK time. And like I am also guilty of this, that I assume that most things are in US time zones. Like most times are either Eastern time or Pacific time, US time zones. Nothing is ever in Mountain time. Sometimes things are in Central time, but mostly it's Eastern or Pacific. I totally get that, but at the same time, like, it clearly said the time zone that it gave the time in. And it's very American-centric to assume that it means Eastern time, whatever they put. However, like I said, I am guilty of it too. I've gotten way better with that assumption and feeling since streaming, because a lot of the streamers that I follow and hang out with are UK streamers, and so their stuff is also, you know, but like, yeah, they really wanted to like argue about it not being listed as you know, starting right that minute, and it was definitely not, and was over. Anyway, so I hope that you were able to tune in and get the astronomer badge. I think it looks pretty cool. I actually think it looks a little bit cooler without... Nope, I want to turn it off. There. Without the, like both pins, I kind of think that looks a little bit cooler, but I'm a weirdo, so, you know, don't mind me. It does look really cool this way. I'm kind of digging it. I made sure Kayak's logged in, but he didn't even see, like, he didn't see any of the stuff. He was working, he was lurking, I was like, just get on to, you know, somebody's, whomever's stream that says this, and he never even looked at it. He didn't even know until we got on to Phas last night, and then he was like, the astronomer badge? Of course I needed this. And, you know, he will be rocking this one for the rest of his life. Is like, we have, it's in my office closet, because that was the best and safest place to store it. We do have a fairly nice telescope that was a Christmas present or a birthday, I don't know. It was gifted to him by, I think, his uncle. And every once in a while, not often enough, to be completely honest, but every once in a while he gets it out, like when something cool is going on out there in the stars, and you know, he sets it up and everything else, and then everybody goes out and looks at it. And it's just, it's a neat when he gets it out. I wish he would do that more often, actually. Alright, who are we looking for? We are looking for Donald West. So we can get rid of these two. We need a video of Donnie. We need Donnie to blow out a firelight. And then we need 3 videos. I think we can probably manage that. Where is power? Back patio. I know I regularly forget to look where power is. But some of these maps, it's nice to kind of just know. Kind of trying to get... We know that... No, that's hiding. That hiding is locked. Are you just literally right here? Like, are we not going anywhere? We'll come back to it and see. Ghosty could be wandering. Right, no music box. Do we have a summoning circle? Nope. We also don't have any hiding over here. Alright, we're gonna go back out this way. Partially so that we can check the foyer again. Yeah, you're just right here, aren't you, Ghosty? Okay, so I do want to make sure that the cruci covers a little bit of the sitting room. Are we throwing things in here? Why are we throwing things in? I don't know where it threw stuff, actually. Okay, but we don't have Ouija board. Couldn't even remember what it was. We're just looking around here for the bone because there's no nests in the dining and kitchen, which seems like a missed opportunity. There should be one like right there in the middle of the table. And the fridge is still busted. Now it's busted even more. Oh, Phaz. All of your fabulous features. There are no nests outside, so we aren't even worrying about outside. If there's a bone outside, that's the bone's problem. Because we aren't going to go out there. Probably for any reason. Let's grab that. Sanity is still fine. Get the UV on. Are there any orbicals? Orbicals, orbicals. Yeah, that'll do. My stomach is attempting to murder me. Do not recommend. Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. That doesn't sound like fun at all, Rowdy. Right, so we're gonna get our ghost writing in there. See if we can figure out what this ghostimus is. Your lunch fell on your foot? Ouch. That sounds just painful. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Are you stinky? Do you like cheese? Are you just a pain in my butt? Why you throwing stuff, huh? Why are you slamming doors? We're gonna do both those at the 3/4 bit. Or try to anyway. Why are you being a butthole? Yeah, Ghosty, why are you being a butthole? Oh, and we got a burn. Alright. At least it told me what to eat for lunch. I guess that is definitely one way of figuring it out. We're just looking at a demon, folks. Because that's even too... I'm not... Now that I've said that, let's make sure. It's also set to the wrong mic. That doesn't matter. We're not open mic, and it's too high to be a yokai anyway. So... I don't think anything else can hunt at, or try to hunt at 98. So we know what it is purely based on what it did. We're just gonna get in here and see if we can get some media and whatnot. Get the second cruci in here. Let's bow that down. Oh, we have ghostwriting. So we'll get a photo of the ghosty writing and photo of the cruci. My general inclination almost any time demons, pop crucis like right off the bat is to just get out, which is not, it's not a bad plan. However, sometimes they also do that and then they do nothing. It's like they went, ha ha! Alright, I'm gonna go back to bed now. So, do it however you want to do it. I don't know where I threw my lantern. There it is. And then she didn't let me record it. Ass. Salisbury steak with mac and cheese for lunch? Ooh. I don't know what I'm having for lunch. I had leftovers for breakfast. Because I'm a weirdo and that's what I do. Food is for lunch. Food is for any time. Like, I'm all for, you know, like, I love a good, like, egg sandwich or an avocado toast or lox and bagels. We talk about those a lot. But, yeah, I don't... Are you just, like, chilling inside the motion sensor? It is. Ghost is just like either that or it broke. I don't know. But really, food is food. Like, eat, you know, eat what you want. Just because, like, I had, you know, cheesy beef and potato casserole for breakfast. So what? Just because it's my first meal of the day doesn't mean that it has to be like bagels and cream cheese or eggs and bacon or whatever. This is being sarcastic. I know. So, yeah. Food. Food is food. Eat what you want. When you want. The trick is to try not to go overboard sometimes. And sometimes you just have to because the food's too dang good. My mom always asks, what should I eat? And I always reply, food. Yeah, that's generally... So one of the things that... Oh, we got feetsies. That's what kayaks always does to me too. Nope, I didn't get my feet fast enough. Okay. I mean, whatever. We still know it's a demon. It just would be nice to get, you know, some media. Alright, you little brat. You better stay there. Thank you. Pain in my ass, demon. She hates that. Kayaks does it to me all the time. I go, what do you want for dinner? He goes, food. And it's like, alright, well, okay, do you want this or that? I find that if I give him a couple of options or like, you know, like pick a protein or whatever, like, do you want chicken or pork chops? Then he'll give me an answer. Otherwise, it's just food. I wonder what the weekly will be this week? Yeah, I don't know. I could look it up, but I'm not gonna right this second. Right, we did get our ghosty videos. We've got all of our objectives. We know what our ghost is. We could... Let's see. So one more photo. The Van Princess, I did the weekly for them. That was the annoying. I didn't do this week's weekly. High school, not so much. And starting Tuesday, I'm gonna go back to using my map wheel. because I wasn't really that much anyway before the event, and now, like, I haven't done it in a while, and the wheel always... You know, the wheel forces me to go to maps that I wouldn't normally go to. So, you did it 2.5 times? Yeesh. You're cold. Well, that's a you problem. I'm sorry you're cold. Alright, what did we get? Look here, Linda. Oh, but I can get a photo. Maybe. Alright, photos are full. So, video and one more sound. Of course, she blew out the candle. Or actually, this is... Who is this? Donald. The ghost model. Alright, we aren't going to be getting bunnies. We're literally not going to try and get bunnies. Do I have a video of a cruci burn? I don't, actually. How do I not? Because I'm going to make the assumption that that last burn is going to happen before we get around to going for bunnies. Because now our demon wants to do demony things. The ghosty is trying to clap your cheeks. It sure is. You know, it started out strong and then it took a break for a minute and now it's intent on coming after me again. Alright, that had better be a unique sound. It is. Turn you off. We're going to stand here right by the door. Wait for one last video. That isn't a motion sensor. And then we're going to get out of here. And it won't be a perfect game because we also don't have a bone. But we know what it is and we'll have a full book of media. And that was the last video I was expecting to get. So there's at least that. Bye, Donnie. Have fun. Have fun storming the castle by yourself.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready.
And we were correct with a demon. Bum, 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 bum. There wasn't really much question that it was a demon. And we still got 23 points even without getting any bunnies. So I'll take it. I will totally take it. Where are we going next? Ghost is like, I'm gonna eat your face. Man, he was trying to eat my face. That was for sure. Alright, we're probably really more up to like 30%. Let's do... You know what? We're gonna do a non-event map. We're gonna do Camp Woodwind. Because I feel like taking a break from event maps.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Alright, we've got Barbara Robinson.
A cursed object. Go and take a closer look. Maybe using it will help you
I love me some Ridgeview. I did the dailies last night. Nice. Yeah, I really like Ridgeview also. I think it's probably one of my favorite maps. I don't love the upstairs. I don't know why. But in general, I really like Ridgeview. I think Willow is probably my most favorite map. Like, it's a house I would not live in, probably anyway, in real life. Just because it's small. Like, I guess if it was just me and kayaks, I would do a house like Willow. But otherwise, like, we need at least one other room. Something. When I first started, I didn't like it. Now I just like High School and Maple. I don't play enough Maple Lodge. And I need to play more Maple Lodge. I don't dislike Maple Lodge. I like Woodwind better. Not a fan of the farmhouses either. I like Bleasdale just fine. I don't like the back garden area because it's just too damn dark. But I like Bleasdale. I'm not a fan of Grafton. Grafton is way too dark, and there's just too much stuff, which makes it harder to find things. And like, I get broken down, run down, slightly hoarder, abandoned for years, etc. situation. The upstairs bedroom was used as like a drug den or whatever. Like, I get all of those things, and I really kind of like that story element, visual storytelling element of it. But there's so much clutter in there that it makes it really hard to like move around and do things, and it's just too dark. Grafton is an outdoor map. Changed my mind. I kind of agree with you, to be honest. There's rooms that are indoors, and then the rest of it is kind of open air. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. All right, we have Barbara Robinson. We need 3 photos. We need to get our in-game sanity down to 25%, and then we need a photo of an EMF. Speaking of, what is my sanity today? I feel like it's terrible. My sanity is 3%. That might be accurate. I mean, hopefully by this afternoon it's a little bit higher than that. I do have to take the kiddo to... Kiddo is getting her lip pierced today. So, she doesn't drive. So I have to drive. You're 87% sane today, Rowdy. I don't believe you. That is horse crap. I don't believe you at all. I don't believe that you're that sane today. It is a Sunday. I try to save my sanity for, Wednesday. Sheer lies. Yep. Yeah, so I have to drive the kiddo to her appointment to get her lip pierced. She's excited about it. And, like, she's a little nervous. I think in many ways I'm as nervous about it as she is, if not more. Maybe because it's not my face. But, like, like, I have piercings, she has piercings. Like, this is not the first rodeo or anything. But, like, it's a little bit more fleshy of an area than, like, your nose or your ears or etc. So we'll see how it goes. The timing on that was fantastic. That was literally as I was trying to turn on the light. The light made the fart noise. That was awesome. Well, like you did a thing earlier, I'm burning the diffuser. Poop smell, yuck. Ugh. The worst part for me is, like, when dogs have accidents or whatever inside, and it happens. Thanks for the Rowdy. Right, thanks for the Mario fart, Rowdy. Yeah, the worst thing for when dogs have accidents is, like, sometimes you can't smell it until you see it, and then your brain goes, you're supposed to smell that. And then suddenly it's like the most overpowering thing you've ever encountered in your whole life. Bone? I just realized I haven't been looking for a ghost at all, although I just heard a throw. Alright, Ghosty. I just heard you throw stuff. Where's you at? He does not have accidents. Odd that he did it indoors. He only does that when he's sick. Yeah, mine are pretty good that way too. It's like generally only when they're sick, or if for some reason they're just stuck in the house for too long, which is a pretty rare occurrence because I work from home. Are you back here in the black hole? You're in the black hole. I don't know where you are. Hopefully you're that way. I'm totally stream sniping. I can't see her. Him. It. Let's find out if we got a photo. Nope, we did not. I hate this area. Just gonna put it out there. And he's not sick. Yeah. He does pee indoors sometimes, but you're not gonna walk him 50 times a day? Oof. Well, I guess if you had to walk him 50 times a day, I probably wouldn't either. Why do I still have everything else in my hands? Good grief, Ed. I mean, I guess I and the doggos are kind of spoiled because we do have a yard, and so I just put them out. And now that it's summer, I have to set a timer. Oh, that's what Ghosty threw, one of the bean bags. Or at least now that it's warm out. He pees a lot. Yeah, Buttercup does too, because of her meds. Yeah, during the summer when it's warm, I have to set a timer so that I don't leave them out too long. Because with Buttercup's heart and everything else, which then kind of affects her breathing, or at least it can, you know, all the things. Sometimes if she's outside too long just because she's hot and so she's been panting and whatnot, her breathing is a little bit more labored, and so the vet suggested that we try not to keep her outside too long. And so it's like shorter breaks, but more often. Which again, because I work from home, can be done, but like if I didn't, it would definitely be a lot more difficult. You know, like if I ever go on vacation with the ladies or something, Kayaks is gonna have to come home. Oh, we're being farted on. You fart over there. Do we have an Oni? Because we got the air ball, but no fart. Oh, where are you?
Toasty?
Yeah, really? Are you stinky?
When a young assailant.
Okay. Nope, and we threw the ghostwriting book. Our ghost is stinky when a young something or other. Well, that takes Oni out of the mix. How about we get these things out of our hands? So, yeah, I can just imagine Kayak's running home in between each appointment to, like, let her out so that she doesn't pee on the floor because she absolutely can't wait any longer. Alright, we're gonna watch the camera for a second. I'm not seeing orbs. We're gonna have to look around the other side too to see if there's orbs hiding over there. But maybe we'll get some dots. That would be cool. No, I didn't see any dots. Or orbs. Okay, we've got all of our hands. Actually, I kind of want this motion sensor here. I don't see any orbs anywhere. Although I actually think we might leave the night vision on. It seems to be easier to see this way. But yeah, Kiddo is super excited to go. My joke is more holes in her face. To go get her lip pierced. It was kind of like we're splitting the cost, but so my portion is kind of part of her birthday present. But she wanted to wait till after prom because of course she was going to want to wear makeup and she didn't want to have like this new fresh piercing that would affect her ability to wear makeup and you know, all of the things. And then so here we are. And then she wanted to have a couple of days to get used to it before we go to trivia on Tuesday, where all of our friends at trivia are gonna give her a hard time about it. I mean, some won't, but a few of them will. So, and all in good fun. Like, no one's gonna, we're not gonna be, they just, they can give her a crap. And she gives crap right back. The upside or downside, depending on how you look at it, of most of your mom's friends being older than your mom and you hanging out with them since you were little. So, most of them have known her for quite a long time. Come on, Ghosty. The Ghosty has walked through the motion sensor, but the camera hasn't picked it up. Which annoys me. Yep. And of course, Ghosty walked through the salt when I wasn't looking, because that's Ghosty for you. Okay, well, it's not a wraith. And it is most likely not a mimic. Alright, come on, Ghost. Stop being a poopy head. Okay, we also have not a Galoo. Do I have an EMF photo? I think I do already. Yes, I do. Right, so we still need a motion sensor video, apparently. This ghost doesn't want to go through the motion sensor. We're also apparently probably not going to get freezing. So we don't have ghost writing, we don't have UV. Sanity is at 85. Beep, beep, boop. I was gonna get this. We'll grab you. Would really like to record the ghosty going through the motion sensor. Come on. Thank you. The things we do. Alright, we're gonna get some sounds because we can. Nope, right, we can cross out Galoo. I wonder if this is just a poopy spirit. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? We might honestly not be in the ghost room enough. You get out of here. Let's put it there. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? You just turned the... Thank you. shush yourself. You're the one over here making all the ruckus. Out, and Ghost turned off the power again. So Ghost turned off a light. Ghost turned off the power. Turning off a light doesn't mean anything. Turning on lights does. But it hasn't turned on any lights. And all we've got is Spirit Box. That branch snapping totally made me feel like the ghost was right behind me. Not gonna lie, I didn't like it. Notice he's just doing stuff in other parts of the place. Come on, Ghosty. Come on, blow out the candle so that I can get a recording. And then give me some evidence that I can use. Alright, still no feet. Oh, thanks. Hi, Granny. Alright, so we've got a Phantom, a Dio, or a Yokai. Come on, Granny, blow out this candle so that I can get the sound recording. Come on, Granny, you know you wanna. Nope, we just want dots everywhere? Okay, well, do it while I've got a video camera. And a photo camera. She's walking around in circles. She's just walking the whole campground in circles. Alright, well, we got a photo. I still need one more photo. I guess I better leave it in my hands. Alright, Granny, blow out the candle. Could you blow out the candle, please? Pretty, please. It would be super duper helpful. He's gonna take 84 years to blow out this damn candle. Come on, Granny. You just walked through the motion sensor. Come on, blow out the candle. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Blow out the candle. Granny's just being a big old jerky jerk. Thank you. Alright, sounds are done. So, I want to look at my sanity. Dio's or forced spirit box. Oh, our sanity's way high. I think yokai's might be also... what's our other one? Or a phantom. I think we'll put another EMF down and kind of hang out. I would really, really like Granny to walk through the dots so that I could get a video of it, though. Maybe we just sit for a minute and see if she'll do it. Okay. Boopy doopy doo. We're gonna want one more of those. Okay. Is this our only hiding? We're gonna stand over here by that for a minute. Okay, we have that tent. I don't know if I'm in a spot where I'm gonna be losing sanity or not. But we're gonna hang out. Let me look over here. Okay, that is not hiding this time around because the crates aren't all just hanging out there too. Turn these ones off to drain some sanity. It would be that, right? I think so. So I kind of want to see if it's a phantom. It's should at some point, hopefully not 400 years from now, wander over to me and give me some EMF. At least in theory. I've honestly not been super successful testing this idea out. And then, of course, we've got ads coming up in a few. Alright, still need the sanity below 25. We could still use some more media. One of our options are like sanity drainers. Let's try, since we didn't really get a good well, I don't know if it's a good phantom test. We didn't get the stuff that I was sort of expecting. Let's get over here. Where is... Boo! Yokai! Yokai, where are you? I guess I don't even need that to do this, do I? Are you a yokai? Are you a yokai? Are you a yokai? Burn a cruci if you're a yokai. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. Yokai. Yokai, yokai, yokai. Hello. We're making our own remix. Okay, I feel like it should have been totally, thoroughly pissed off by now. Alright, we do have ads coming up. We're gonna guess Dio and see what happens. Ha! We were correct with a Dio. Ba-ba-ba-bum. I don't know why I'm looking for event points. There's no event points on that map. Alright, we do have ads getting ready to start any second. We do one ad break an hour. It is just for 3 minutes. It keeps pre-roll off for anyone new coming in. And that way Twitch doesn't run ads whenever they want. You will not miss a thing. I will stay right here in the lobby until ads are done. If you get ads, get drinks, get snacks, do all the things. I'm going to take a quick break myself. If you don't get ads or don't get all the ads, words on stream is up, so that way you're not just staring at nothing. And I'll see you all in just a couple of minutes. Alright, I am back. I think we'll just end the words since there's only about like 20 seconds left of ads. Where do we want to go next? Hey, look at us. We're on the leaderboard. I mean, we're not, but you know. We could pretend it looks kind of like we are. Huh? I don't know who any of those guys are. Where do we want to go? Oh, let's turn off our music. That's actually a perfect spot, right in between songs. Let's do a Point Hope. Do a Pointy Hope. And maybe we'll actually get a chance to look for bunnies. Alright, we've got Sarah Bailey. We need Sarah to blow out a firelight. We need 3 photos, and then we need our sanity to get below 25. Oh my gosh, so the other day, we talk a lot about like Wesley being kind of, chaotic puppy energy, and he's sort of chaotic, he's mostly chaotic neutral, kind of leaning towards good, and all that, and, Yay, we've got shower hiding. Wesley, so the other day, he comes in to the office, and he's bouncing around, and all that stuff, which is usually the sign that, like, it's time for them to go out. The little dog who legitimately needs to pee multiple times a day, and all of that. It's just chilling, napping. But anytime he's like, hey, it's pee time, she will happily go too, which is great. And so he's bouncing around me, and I go to get up from my chair, and he jumps up high enough. I was probably slightly bent forward or something, because I was probably petting his head. I don't know exactly, as he was bouncing around. But he jumps high enough on his hind legs that he almost scratches me in the face with his little claws. And he's got just a sharp little claw. Like, I don't know how he does it. They are sharp no matter what. Oh, power's in the pool room. And, like, freshly trimmed, not freshly trimmed, filed, cut. Spent hours outside on walks or on running around places that would kind of rub them, file them down a little bit. His claws are always these little sharp claws. And, like, he was so close to scratching my face that I felt his claws on my face. I was actually kind of surprised that I didn't have some kind of little red mark. We are a potty ghost. You're a potty ghost? Alright. Guess we're spending a lot of time in the potty today. I don't see a cursed object. I did not look for tarot cards when I was on the first floor. Is there a Jerry? If there's a Jerry, I can't see him. So I'm guessing we have tarot cards. We could have Monkey Paw. We aren't going all the way up there because we're not going all the way up there because we just don't feel like it. But we'll throw you there. And we're gonna get a couple of lights on, sort of on our path too. And we'll go get more stuff. Right, no tarot cards either. Like, yeah, that was the day that he just, like, woke up and chose chaos or something. He was just wacky all day. Like, not just trying to scratch me, or accidentally almost scratching me. Even though, I mean, it was definitely an accident. He was not trying to do it on purpose. But he was just constantly, like, bouncing around me, underfoot, wanting to, you know, if I opened the front door to grab something, he wanted to be right there. He wasn't doing, like, he didn't try to go out the front door or anything like that. He's pretty good about that now that he's kind of figured it out. But yeah, he was just all over the place. Nope. Camera saw something. Camera saw Orbeez! Nope, and we got Dotties. That's a little bit better. This one is gonna go there. Let's see if we can get a photo of our little lady in the Dotties. Nope, and it's not a Goryo. We saw those with our eyeballs. And it's a good thing there wasn't a bunny in that nest. We definitely would have triggered... Of course, as soon as I put the camera down. Poopy ghost. Always wait till I put the... Just waits till I put the camera down. I see how it is. And then, of course, we blow the power because we're super smart. Grab you, grab you. I guess we'll grab that too. Welcome to Walking Simulator 2.0, the Point Hope version, where we go up and down the stairs till we lose our minds, and apparently put the dots right above the light switch, which is not helpful. Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you far? Why are you throwing pictures around, huh? Are you stinky? Do you need a shower? Where are you? Where are you? Nope, we're not going to talk to me. Alright, so with our dots right in my face hole, we do not yet have freezing. Just going out and turning out the lights. And now we do the reverse of our Walking Sim 2.0, where we go down all the stairs. Did I just walk? Maybe it was that I was walking through the curtain? That was weird. Like, for a second, I could have sworn that, like, something was coming at me, but it wasn't our, little ghosty girl. Whew, that was creepy. Okay, we need a UV. We need some salty salt. We need one of you. We're gonna go here and see if maybe we can get a recording, because that would be useful. Right, our hands are full. We will have to make one more trip for sure down to get more things. But then hopefully that's it. So now we go back up. This is part 3 of Walking Simulator 2.0, where we just walk up these stairs forever. The stairs never stop, never end. They just keep going and going and going and going. Well, I guess until we get here. I don't think it recorded that at all. Nope, it did not. Alright, last trip. So down we go for what feels like forever, but it's only actually 4 floors. Yep, this would be floor number 2. Here is floor number 3. And floor number 4, the first floor, or the bottom floor. Depending on where you live and how you look at things. Or the ground floor. Some people call it the ground floor. Right, we need a lantern. We need a smudgeroony. We'll grab the other dotties. Man, we're gonna need to find the cursed object and stuff just to get our photo objectives. Alright, well, we're pretty certain that the cursed object must be the monkey paw. So we can go up and grab that real quick. And back to floor number 2. Back to floor number 3. And here's floor number 4. And here we are where the ghostie is hanging out. Alright, we are gonna go uppy some more. We're being kind of stupid by not turning on the lights. However, I'm also not certain how many lights are on. That's not useful. Why is it... No, there's no bunny anyway. Oh, and there is the bone. We walked right over it earlier. No bunny? I didn't hear a bunny, but I can't always hear him with the rain, so I thought I might as well check. Oh, there is definitely a bunny in here. It is actually being triggered by the dots downstairs. Although, at least it isn't actually registering them. So there's that. Thanks for screaming at me. Alright, Ghosty is faster, we're a little bit dumber. Or, well, more accurately, a little bit less sane. Alright, still no freezing. Let's get all of this stuff set up. There's our salt, there's our motion sensor. We do have orbs, which I had forgotten about until just now. Okay. So we are looking at Banshee, Thay, Raiju, Yokai, and Yurei. And I do have... Cool, I've got my 3 bare minimum photos. Orb, salt, motion sense, so... Get a candle. Hopefully we can get a Dottie's video. Hopefully we can get a Dottie's photo. Of course, now Ghosty doesn't want to do anything. Thank you for that. No, we don't need another motion sensor video. I'll take a light switch video, why not? Yeah, that's all the videos boxed off. Cool. So now we just want a Dottie's photo. That would be good. I will take a Dottie's photo any day. Some of the ambient sounds on Point Hope are just super creepy. Like, yeah, It's a horror game. It's a ghost hunting game. Some of the sounds should be creepy. They really should. I am not trying to pretend like they shouldn't. But man, sometimes they are creepy. Are you gonna go through the dots, like, ever? Or are you just like, nope, nope, now I'm gonna be a pain in your ass and never go through the dots? Thanks, Ghost. Alright, so we had a Screamy Bunny. Ghosty turned off the power. But Jin is not one of our options. So... oh, we got a bunny. Be a runny bunny. Of course not. Alright, so we got 2 screamers. We got... and then Apollo made me jump. Nope, we got another bunny. I could not hear the hissing on this one at all. Yay, runner bunny! There's no other bunny nests in here, right? No. Alrighty, down to the kitchen, where there is... there it is. Okay, our sanity is back to whatever. It went back up, and Ghosty is now normal speed again. Nope, I hear hissing. And our sanity went down, and Ghosty went up. Nope. Here's more hissing. Be a running bunny! Yay! I've lost count, but I think we're back to 100 and stuff for speed. Alright, Ghosty should be slower. We can get rid of that dots. We're gonna grab a couple more motion sensors. Yeah, our sanity's back to 80. Now I still have the camera in my hand. We could do it with one motion sensor. Right. Who of these... do any of these have forced evidence? I don't think any of them do. I guess... let's look. Or let's think about it for a minute. I feel like yokai should have forced evidence, but it doesn't. I feel like based on activity, we're not really looking at a they. Because it hasn't... like, it was sort of more active, but not really. was kind of looking at the cheat sheet, and nothing's giving me any new ideas. So let's get, if it's a banshee, it can stalk me 1 floor below, 1 floor, yes, that too. 1 floor below and 1 floor above on Point Hope because of how Point Hope is designed. Let's put that there. I probably should have dropped the camera also, but I didn't. Because we're gonna we'll grab this dots too and set it up down there. And then we want to find our hiding spot. Alright, so we're going to put dots right here. Alright, so if we hang out here, we're also going to put all the lights on here, because we don't want to be draining sanity, we just want to see if she'll come down to me. And double checking because I can't remember for sure. Sarah, alright. So Banshee is an option. So we'll hang out here for a couple of minutes, see if any of these motion sensors go off. I'm honestly already feeling kind of not Banshee. Just based on the fact that it hasn't even tried, like she hasn't even started to come down here or anything while we were setting all of this up. Alright, I feel fairly confident that we are not looking at a Banshee. because the motion sensors have only been triggered by me. Alright, let's see if we can piss off a yokai. Yokai! Ah, damn it. Yokai! Hey, yokai! That's Ghosty's opinion about me just spamming the mic. Turn off the lights. Alright. Well, let's figure out a hiding spot. So, this, I believe, is a hiding spot. I think that's the hiding spot we're going to use. And then, of course, we have the hiding all the way down at the bottom. Maybe we just do hiding all the way down at the bottom. The reason I wasn't thinking about doing hiding all the way down there is I'm not positive how well I can hear her from down there. But maybe that's still where we go. We'll leave that one there. Alright, we're gonna go outside and we're gonna look at sanity. We're gonna hide. Yeah, I think we will just hide it in the bathroom here, which is not super exciting, I know. But hopefully we can hear it when she hunts. I don't think we have a Thay. And find out what we have, ghosty wise. You still have a camera in your hand. Let's sort our hands. Let's not do it over the thing. Right, you, then you, then you. There is the possibility of something like a cruci burn up there. That would also work. Ah, dang nabbit. I had a suspicion that that was going to happen, but that didn't mean I wanted it to. Okay. So that's 2 lights. This would be 3. That would be 4. Power is already off. Ratty ghost. We're finally gonna get done with this map and it's gonna be like ad time again, probably. Watch. Alright, now that we've gone up and down about 45 times, we are gonna go outside and look at our sanity, figure out what it is. That way we just kind of know where we're at when we walk into hide. Alright, we are at 60. Actually, we'll just shut that all the way. Why not? So Crucy is out of the room. There is still one covering part of the room, but there isn't one covering the whole room anymore. So hopefully we can hear it. I kind of not feeling... I'm about to say Raiju. Yurei, just because that door, the bathroom door, it really didn't touch or mess with. So if it's a Raiju, it should be pretty fast upstairs in its room and then get slower after it leaves its room. So now we just hang out and wait. And we'll see what happens. Alright, Ghosty. I guess I'm leaning towards Raiju at this point. So what did everyone do this weekend? What did you all do this weekend? Did we do anything fun? Did we see any cool movies? What did we do this weekend? I mentioned earlier that I had book club yesterday where I ate way too much food. Because that's what we do. And it's honestly, it's really kind of nice that we get together and like, yeah, we chat about the book a little bit, but then we just hang out and we just spend time together and eat good food and, you know, do all the things. But then we went to our first baseball game of the season. We do have a team here locally, and so we went to a game. They were losing, and just about the time, like, I told the kiddo that she needed to wear a hoodie or bring a hoodie or something because it would get colder once it, you know, night happened. And she wore a sweatshirt, but she wore a pretty thin sweatshirt and one that she has stretched out so that, you know, it hangs off her shoulders or whatnot. And she was there cold. And we were like, well, there's like 2 innings left. Let's go into the shop and let's find a hoodie. Like, we'll find a hoodie that I like, if nothing else, and then, you know, you can wear it. That way you're not just sitting here freezing. And I'm kind of glad that we decided to do that instead of, like, leaving or something, because the end of the game, they got like 5 runs and ended up winning. So it was a good thing that we stayed. And then, we left after the game ended, but it was Saturday, so they do fireworks generally on Saturdays. And we got to watch some of the fireworks basically like walking back to our car and kind of from our car. And so that was fun. It was really fun to get to our first game of the season and, have them do well or at least win. I don't know if do well is... I mean, there were a couple of times there where it was like, the pitcher just could not get his act together. Not our pitcher necessarily, but like the visiting team's pitcher could not get their act together. You're usually not supposed to try and hit the guy that's, swinging, that's got the bat in his hand. You're also usually not supposed to try to take out your catcher. That's generally not how that works, and one of their pitchers tried to do both multiple times. So, and it was a little windy, maybe just didn't calculate for that. I don't know. I know how to play baseball. I like watching baseball. That doesn't mean that I'm good at it, or that anyone should ever hire me to, pitch a baseball game or anything. Probably shouldn't hire me to throw a ball in general. But we had a lot of fun. And then we came home and we played a few rounds of Phas and went to bed. And then today I'm just hanging out with you all, and I'm gonna get some house stuff done and take the kiddo to her piercing appointment. And we're doing pizza for dinner. And we're actually ordering pizza. We don't usually order pizza. We usually do like one of those pickup places where you bring it home and, bake it when you're ready to. And so on. But she needs a pizza box for a project at school. And oh, I do hear our ghosty. Headlamp is off. We might just be too far away. Because I did hear her, but I didn't hear a speed up or a slow down in any way, shape, or form. So we just might have to get up there. We're not going to worry about that. Alright, we're going to see if we can do this. I'm going to keep my headlamp off. Ghost also killed the power. Bad ghosty. Did the door just shut? I think we're honestly too far away. Sorry, I'm really trying to listen to see if I can figure it out. Okay, that time I didn't hear anything, so he never even came down far enough. If I do this pill, that'll put me up to about 65. Maybe that's what we need to do to be able to get up there, at least. To try to use that other hiding spot. Get us a little bit above hunt range. And hopefully that'll help. Put my headlamp on. I don't know what ridiculousness we were thinking when we were like, we can just navigate this whole thing with our headlamp off. Alright, and then the hiding spot is there. Alright, so we're going to sit here and see if we can hear anything. Sorry, my nose was itchy. So hopefully we can hear stuff here. Come on, Ghosty. I don't know why I'm going to look at this. There's nothing here that'll tell me whether we're down to 50% sanity or not. But we looked anyway, because we're weird like that. Sorry, apparently my nose is itchy and Buttercup's nose needs to sneeze. So what's the weather been like for everybody? Around here it's kind of proper April weather again, finally. Like, I mean, maybe not totally. It's a little cold at night. Like, I think we hit 35, something like that at night. And then during the day, it's getting to like 50, well, more than that, like 60, 70. I think today it's supposed to be 70. Yesterday it was like 60. And it was pretty nice out yesterday until, you know, the sun went down. And then it cooled off a lot. But hopefully we'll get some rain in. That would be really nice to get some rain this year. The downside to living in a desert is you don't get very much rain, and the rain you get, you need a lot of. Like, we're really dependent on it. Now this ghost is going to be an absolute ass and do nothing. We only have one light on in here, so we should be losing sanity. Come on, ghosty. Come on, ghosty, please hunt again. Come on, ghosty. I'd really like to kind of know this one for sure. Instead of... Alright, I'm guessing, because I don't think there's any hiding that's much closer unless I try to go upstairs, which I don't... I guess I don't want to have to try and cross the ghost room to get out. So we're gonna guess it didn't really react when I be-yokai'd and buzzed all over the place, and it should have been annoyed and wanted to and burn a cruci. So I'm going with Raiju. We'll find out. And it was a banshee that never stalked me. Okay. So maybe we didn't wait long enough. Maybe we were actually too far away. Maybe banshees are broken on Point Hope. I don't know, because we did our banshee test and it didn't come to us. So, and there were 5 hunts. We only heard 3, or knew about 3. Wow, okay. Right, I do have ads coming up, so we're gonna run those right now. I do 1 ad break an hour. It is just for 3 minutes. It keeps pre-roll off for the next hour for anybody coming in, and also it means that, yeah, you don't miss anything. While ads are running, I'm gonna take a quick break, and I recommend you do the same. Get drinks, get snacks, do all the things, stretch, all that sort of stuff. If you don't get ads, or if you don't get all the ads, I do put words on stream up so that we're not just staring at an empty screen. And I will see you all in just a couple of minutes. Here come the ads. Alright, I'm back. Ads are almost over. And ads are done. Welcome back from the ads. Hopefully your ads weren't too terrible. Hopefully they were kind of funny or entertaining. And hopefully you got all the drinks and the snacks and the thingies that you wanted. Because, yeah, snacks and things are kind of the best part of the day. I know, I mentioned earlier that we were doing pizza for dinner. What are your plans for dinner? Anybody have, I don't know, we cooking, we doing leftovers, we going out? Anybody got plans for Din Din? Let's do a ridge view.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Who do we have? We've got Michael Todd. That takes these two out. We need 2 sounds. We're going to actually have to carry in the sound recorder for real, like, not just because we'd randomly decided to do, like, a perfect game or whatever. We need Michael to blow out a firelight, and then Mikey's got to talk into the parabolic. So let's see how it goes. Usually helps if you actually open the door, Ed. Grab the car key. I'll put that light on too. Oh, we've got this hiding. This is the kiddo's favorite hiding spot. And I think she really only discovered it truly, or remembered it maybe last night. And then we did another game where of course it wasn't there, and I was like, well, hide behind the fridge. She goes, but I don't like the fridge. She ended up hiding behind the fridge anyway. And I don't remember exactly for why. I think it was just to, like, drop down sanity so that Ghosty would try to hunt me to do a repel. And then Ghosty was being a butt, and we gave up. Oh, here's a bone. No Ouija board. Oh, we do have the mirror. Okay, well that part's done. Now we just need a ghost. There's a bunny in the bathroom. I cannot remember the words. Ghost is throwing things in the car bedroom. but we aren't... yeah. Nope, we are not in car bedroom. Oh, Ghosty wants to play the piano. That was very lovely, Mikey. And very dramatic. Ghost is a dramatic pianist. Confirmed. Let's grab you. Grab these guys. So I guess it is kind of advantageous that we do have this hiding. Because that does mean, I mean, either way, we could hear pretty well. Unlike on Point Hope. And it's still so flaming bright in here. I can't see orbs at all. So I guess I hope there aren't any. That is not helpful. There we go. Okay, this one is going over here. Make sure we get everything covered. Right, we are down to 6 degrees, which is not freezing yet. But it's for sure the ghosty room. Right, get these in. Oh, let's check our sanity. Sanity is fine. I didn't grab... Nope. We did not bring in a UV. So... I can't check that. I'm pretty sure that by the time we get back, it'll be gone. Because I think it's only set to like 60 seconds. And sometimes, a lot of times, they seem to disappear faster than those 60 seconds. I'm sure it's perception. I don't think it's like reality. But that's very much how it feels. Alright, we're gonna angle all of these bad boys. Nah! Ah! Stop it! Crawling ghost just... And farting crawling ghost. Alright, so not an Oni. I'm seriously beginning to wonder if that airball that never made any noise on Camp Woodwind earlier was like, if there's something borked going on. Because, you know, we all know that never happens. Sounds fire parabolic. Alright, we're gonna have to make one more trip to get the parabolic in. We'll do that in a little bit. We'll get our media, we'll try to get our evidence, and then we'll worry about that. Alright, let's make sure we got the video of the salt. We did. I don't see any feet. But sometimes on these carpets it's a little deceiving. I could have sworn I heard the candle blow. Jeez. We're just losing our minds. Don't mind us. Ghost is making chocolate milk in the sink. That's a weird place to make chocolate milk. I'm just saying. Nope, we already have a disturbed salt. We just needed... Man, we're just getting airballed left, right, and center. Okay, we've got freezing. So at least that's something. Good lord! The lighter wasn't gonna help me with anything, but apparently we're just clicking buttons when we're scared now. Okay, well, if there were feet that second time around, there definitely aren't anymore. Power is off. Fortunately, power was in here. And light switch went off again. The rain is so loud when you come outside. It's like you can't hear it at all. It doesn't exist. Nothing when you're inside. And then it is so loud. Wow, our sanity is gone. Alright, we're gonna watch the video camera for a second. See if we get anything. And we're gonna narrow some stuff down. Alright, so not a gin. I don't think it's a shade. We didn't see orbs. I didn't hear a recording sound. Did it record the lights flickering just now? It must have. Or maybe just before we came running out of here? I doubt it. Do we have... We have none of our objectives. Well, we have one. Anyway, photos are done. That can go out of my hands. We're gonna have to take a third pill, I think. Alright, so we're gonna go in. We're gonna try Spirit Box. Let's bring the parabolic. And we're gonna try to get some sounds. And we should be up to... We're at 90 now. Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you far? Are you old? Are you young? Do you like cheese? Do you like pizza? Are you stinky? Where are you? Nope. Alright, let's see, just by being in that room, how badly our sanity got zapped. Okay, it really didn't. So that does beg the question, are we still thinking Morai? Are we thinking maybe Onryo? I think I'm gonna have to shut these doors all the way. Right, still no feet. When I have the parabolic mic on, it's like, I don't know, everything goes so quiet that I just want to sit there in silence too. All we have is freezing. Alright, well there's one sound. Come on, give me one more sound so that I can drop this and I can go hide somewhere and try to hear you hunt. What light did you turn on? Okay, we turned on a light. You ever read some of the bot names that come in and just wonder why bots ever, like, you know, we do all this stuff with AI these days, and yet we've got these bots that just do weird things. Okay, so turning on a light doesn't help. Let's just watch for a minute, see if we get dots or orbs. after we go turn off the motion sensor. Because we don't have our second piece of evidence at all. None of those doors are fully open. We'll prop that one too. Alright, now let's go watch for something. Anything. I don't know. Ghost turned off the lights. Did Ghosty turn off the power completely? No, just the light. I feel like it hasn't played with the breaker that much for our Hantu. Our sanity was awful, but that could have been because of the fact that we were airballed like 4 times. I don't really think it's a Ure. Ghost turn the light back on. But that doesn't help us. His mayor's already gone. So what are we thinking? Could this be an EMF 5 that's just like refusing to give me EMF 5? Oh, we recorded something. What did we record? A light switch. Okay. I know our videos are full and we can't actually get a recording now, but so our options really are basically down to trying Spirit Box again, which is probably going to curse us if we're back on the idea of it being a Morai. Or EMF 5. Like, these seem to be our choices. Where are you? Where are you?
Far from there.
There it goes. Oh. To get my recording, I need to do that. Where are you? Where are you? Where are
It's
you?
away.
Thank you. Alright, our sanity is probably in the crapper. Let's go look. And also mark down Spirit Box. Hey, our sanity is not totally in the crapper. Alright, we're gonna pull the crucie out of the back. Throw it over by the crates. And... do this. We'll worry about getting our sanity down and it hunting after we get the parabolic sound. You ever have that thing, I was gonna say on your day off, but not necessarily on your day off. It could be on a day that you're working where like your phone goes off and you glance over at it and it's a coworker and you're just like, you're just like, really? Of all days, like, can't leave me alone or whatever. And like, X and I talk about this often because everybody's knee-jerk response, like somehow they are Pavloved in the wrong way. Their knee-jerk response to most things is to ask him or to call me. And he tells me all the time that, when they can't find something, they want to just call you. And I'm sitting there like, no, we need, I will go hear them and go into the other room and be like, no, let's look for it first and be sure. Let's do all the whatevers, etc. And I find it really, I guess, amusing is the way I'm gonna put it. That we are just... Oh, we got a sound while I was busy yapping. But it didn't come through the parabolic. What the actual F? Also, Ghost killed the power again. I don't want to actually be sitting in the dark. I also don't really want to be running through the ghost room. Baker! Hey, Baker, how are you? How are your Phas games? How did everything go? Let me try to get out of this house before dying. Hey, Baker! Hi, everybody! I'm doing great, Baker. How are you? How are your games? The games are going okay. I had a banshee on Point Hope that wouldn't stalk me. So I didn't think it was a banshee. But otherwise, they've been going okay. A few that we completely guessed without really being sure about it and happened to do okay with that. But yeah, games are going good. How was your stream? You had a lovely time? Oh, good. I'm glad. Let me scroll up here and say hi to everybody that came in with you. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits, Baker. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hello, Ender. How are you doing? And Stormed, how are you doing today? How's everybody's day going? He loved the shade that he had. Did he get with a shade on prison? Because we know how much Baker loves prison. Good. I am glad to hear that you're doing well, Ender. Yeah, how is everybody going? What was, besides Baker loving his shade? I'm good, thanks, just really tired. Well, I'm sorry you're tired, Storm. Go get some sleep. Take a nap. I know you're on the other side of the world from me, so, you know. Your favorite part was the Dick Spur chaos. Yeah. We do love to pick on Baker when he lets us. Well, even when he doesn't let us. Just small maps today? It was probably safe, Baker, if you were letting him Dick Spur you. Because, you know. And pick on Baker we did. Good. Everybody needs to be picked on at least once or twice or something. Yeah. If you all don't know me, I am Ed Echo. I go by Ed, Echo, Eddie, whichever you prefer. Thank you so much, Ender, for the follow. Baker, if you need to do any post-stream care, I know it's much later for you there than it is for me here. You know, go do all the things. You know, go get some food, water, naps, all the stuff. I will do my best to take care of everybody. If you are not following Baker, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Please go give Baker a follow. In fact, let me throw another shout out here. You know, go give Baker a follow. They do fabulous. They do Dick Spur Chaos, and they have the most fun trolley community out there. They're also lovely people, but they are definitely they don't troll or pick on Baker ever. No, they don't. Okay, I know I'm missing some of things. We did. Storm had amazing timing, and no one clipped it. Aww. Yeah, you need to go back and clip it. I agree. I'll absolutely do all the things. Love your face. I love your face too, Baker. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I will do my best to take care of all of the friendos. Storm says I'm going to be lurking. Need to stretch? Yeah, do the stretches. Do all the stretches. I know after sitting around for a while, yeah. Gotta go do all the things. And stretching is good. Sometimes sitting just makes you sore even. Okay, this stupid thing. I'm suspecting that we have a Morai. We have never ever been messing with Baker. No, we never mess with Baker. We never mess with him. I don't mess with him very much, and that's just because usually I am in there for like, you know, I have to lurk because I'm usually working at the same time or doing stuff, and so like I get to chat with you all for like 5 minutes, and then I have to go pretend like I'm a responsible adult. So I don't get to mess with him all that much, but yeah, you all never mess with him. Never, ever, ever. Not at all. You're all sweet, innocent beings. Just little angels. Okay, so I think I have a Morai, but this Morai is like refusing to give me a parabolic. It is absolutely eating my sanity, something fierce. Although it turned out the lights, and because of all the glowy stuff, I didn't notice it turn out the lights fast enough. So there's also that. But let's see if we can finally get this stupid parabolic. I pulled one of the crucies out of the room. Why am I like stuck? There we go. So that it could hunt if it wants to. Thinking maybe I would hear something. But it's not even talking in the parabolic. So I could be wrong and we don't have a Morai, because Morais talk, they're super chatty in parabolics, right? I think. I could be confusing them with somebody with somebody else, but I'm pretty sure Morais are supposed to like to talk into the parabolic, and this ghost is doing nothing. Except turning off the lights. Now, it just turned off the light in this room. And here's she with the parabolic or spirit box. That's what I thought too. Okay. And they like to talk in the parabolic, which this one hasn't been. But... And earlier when I was doing spirit box and I didn't get a spirit box response, I went back outside and my sanity was like 10. But then when I did spirit box, it didn't drop down. So, and it gave me, like, when I actually got a spirit box response, I didn't lose a bunch of sanity, which I thought I should have. Yeah, I think it's strained 2 under. I mean, this could be one of the current Phas features. Maybe? You know, one of the new worked things. And yeah, I've gotten no sounds on the parabolic, but my sanity is pretty drained again. I'm also not in the ghost room. So, I don't know anymore. I'm really inclined to go Morai, but I feel like I don't actually know. And as parabolic is one of the objectives, I would really like it to do parabolic things. Can it be a Ure? I don't think so. No, Ure is off because we got freezing in spirit box. But also, like, any door it touched, it wouldn't open or close fully. It would just, like, open it a little bit. So, it took... I got freezing pretty early, but then it took forever to give me the spirit box. So, I don't know. We could be full of Phas features today. Because I've had a few goofy ones. I always forget that they slam doors. Yeah, they do the door slam, but they can also just, like, normal open a door, but it's always all the way. Like, never at an angle. At least that's what it's supposed to be. Twins is a distinct option. Under twins could absolutely be... It could absolutely be twins. Which is why I'm also kind of hoping it would hunt. So that way maybe I could hear a thing. I haven't touched any bunnies, triggered any bunnies. I haven't done the Onryo test because I don't want to. The Onryo test I don't know why it, like... I shouldn't say it scares me. I just don't like doing it. So that's probably what I need to suck it up and do next. Truly, is the Onryo test. Yeah, apparently Ghosty wants to play video games. When he says I might have needed to adult more, don't recommend. I don't recommend that at all. No adulting. Adulting is bad. Might give me some useful information. And you also don't like doing it under. I don't know why it makes me really nervous. I have no idea why. But it does. But maybe while we're waiting for it to blow out the candle, we can get this stupid thing to make noise. Rowdy has had to get smoky juice, go to Mom's, and drop her thingy off. Yeah, you can't leave Mom's without their thingies. They tend to get unhappy about it. One of the reasons I moved 1,500 miles away from mine. You are waiting for it to blow out candles, and waiting is always stressful. Hi! Stop walking up my butt. Yeah, I think that's the problem, is the waiting just, like, it stresses me out, and then I'm not convinced that I've done the test right. Okay, so it's not an Onryo, because that was just the second light. But that Cruci is also toast now. Oh, and Ghosty's trying to play the piano badly. So you might be right, Ender. Twins might be the shout. Twins might actually be the thing. I could have waited until tomorrow, but I like getting stuff done. You know, getting if you don't have to put it off, says the person who absolutely procrastinates about everything. Then, yeah. Seeing which I should check on my Florida flight. Yeah. When are you going to Florida? Well, previous Florida flight? Yeah, I think twins, I do have a smudge. Yeah, activity is all over the place. So I'm kind of leaning towards twins as well. I really did kind of want to try to get some bunnies, but this thing is gonna just eat my butt any minute. Yeah, I need to get Granny's death date for paperwork for monies. Oh, well, I mean, at least you got to go see her. I remember when you were heading out there, so I'm glad at least you got to go see her. But, you know, I'm sorry you have to deal with all of the things that go along with, you know, losing family. It kind of sucks. Right, this ghost is refusing to do the parabolic. I'm over it. We are going to agree with Ender. If we're wrong, it's all Ender's fault. We're gonna blame them. I'm kidding, Ender. Maybe you can see the twinner actions. I heard that they don't really do twinner actions very well on the board anymore. Because, like, didn't that used to be one? Like, the sort of angled up by 2? But I've been told that it's not... I don't know. But I'm right sometimes. Well, I'm still going with you, Ender. I think that you are probably more right than my original theory of Morai. Not a lot of money, but it'll be more than 0. That's fair enough. They still do? Okay. Because I know that they kind of changed it up because we were all using the activity board to, you know, literally just to do, to tell if it was twins. I remember that. We used to just sit and watch the activity board before they changed it. Yeah, you can definitely still see fiver checks on the board, too. So let's find out if Ender's right. Which they are! Thank you, Ender. So we were right with twins! Bum bum! And I got at least a few Easter points. We were in that map for way too long. That took 400 years. I don't intend to. I'm not even trying to get the 4th upgrade because we have next year, but I'm making progress and I'll take that. In my experience, twins like to turn lights on. Yours turned it off. I got some lights turned on too. It was doing both. But I've had some other ghosties just really like to turn on the lights, which is just weird in my opinion. Let's see. Yeah, let's do a Bleasdale. I am not feeling doing another Grafton. I did a Grafton earlier, and I am super not feeling doing another Grafton. I basically did enough of Grafton to figure out the ghost, and then I left. Twins don't always want the same thing. Yeah. Twins definitely are not always the same, even in real life. You can see 20 throwies on the board. Okay, I'll have to start paying attention to the board more, maybe. I don't pay attention to the board as much as I probably should.
Going to be a tough one. We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left in a hurry.
Alright, we've got Ronald Anderson. Ronnie needs to do an event. Ronnie's got to walk through a motion sensor. And Ronnie needs to yap in the parabolic. Hopefully he's more yappy than the last one. And yes, there's no Banshee and no Dion. Or Dayan. I don't know how it's pronounced correctly. I know I pronounce most of them wrong. They spike and drop. That is a 20 dead giveaway. Or at least I speak from experience. Alright, yeah. I will keep that in mind and start paying attention to the monitor, I guess, more. I usually only pay attention to it for, like, 5s and know if the ghost is really busy when I'm not in the room. Technically, it cannot be a Galu or a Yurei according to stats of ghost gender. Other ghosts are either... Yeah, I would... The only ones are Banshee and Dion that are female only. They haven't picked any male ones. They should the bed with designing genders. It doesn't really bother me that much. But they've only done it for 2. And there should be, in my opinion, like 1 or 2 male-only ghosts. Oh, according to devs not reading research on ghost genders? Okay. Yeah, I know that there's some ghosts that are supposed to be male only, and they haven't decided to do that yet, so... I don't know, I guess we'll find out. Well, not in the game, but I think, like, in lore there actually are. We do have this hiding spot, yay! All ghosts are either gender or non-binary. I mean... You can't type. Don't worry, Ender. I can't talk, so we're all good. Words in English are very hard. Yeah. They are usually... Oh, we got a summoning circle. Usually by about now, the words in my head are not coming out of my mouth correctly. Usually they're coming out backwards. I'm kind of doing okay today, so, it's all down here from... And there we go. It's all downhill from here, everyone. Doesn't help that it's not my first language. No, it does not. I am honestly rather impressed that you type as well as you do, Ender. If I try... Okay, I don't speak any other languages enough to anything. And I live in a state that has a very large Hispanic population and a pretty large Native American population, and I can't... Neither one. And none at all. 3 years of Spanish in high school. Oh, you're Dutch! That's very cool. I love meeting people. That's one of the things I love about streaming in general, is that, like, you meet people from everywhere. It kind of makes it, I don't know, people I never would have met. Yeah, it's so fun. It's really nice to, like, yeah. Meeting people from all over the world, and I wouldn't get to do that if I wasn't here. Hanging out with you all and everything. I guess we better check this space. Has anyone ever actually used this spot for hiding? I also think... Nope, we still have lights on in here, so... I know, like, when people ask about my nationality, I like being Dutch. Well, I guess it's a good thing to like being where you're from. Oh, hey, look, bone. I honestly didn't even... Oh, we got the summoning circle. Haha. I was about to go look for the music box. Alright, Ghosty, are you up here somewhere? Can you make a noise, Ghosty? That would be useful. It would be really nice if you'd make a noise and give me an idea of where you are. Most of the time, it is locked when I run this map. There have been a few times it's been unlocked, never used it. Yeah, I don't think... I know I've never used it. I don't think I know of anyone that uses that hiding spot. Okay, there is a plant on the floor. So Ghost is around here somewhere. Yeah, I don't think it's an outdoor ghost. I suspect it's an attic ghost. I'm about to check the stinky attic right now. I don't see a Lilith for anyone who doesn't... Oh, nope, she was hiding. Sorry, everybody. Anyone who didn't want to see the spider, I was wrong. I lied. I couldn't see her through all the stuff. I make pictures of cursed objects and 5 seconds later I want to go look for it. Yeah, I do it all the time. Hey, I don't know where this ghost is. Besides having turned off the power. I mean, like, this is the coolest room, but now the power is off, so... that's not a good indicator of anything. Oh, second worst next to outdoors. Yeah, I don't... This space just feels really hard to cover with anything if this ends up being the ghost room. Not a Jinn killed the breaker. I agree with you, Ender. Yes, no Jinn. Yeah, the temps are starting to drop, and now they're wandering back up. They could be walking around. But I think I have a suspicion that it's up there. I'm gonna check the master bedroom. Just to... You butthole. Cover all of my bases. Okay, so Ghost turned on a light in order to break the breaker. This ghost is a fart. It sure is. It is very Hantu-ish, but it turned out... It had to have turned on the light, be a light somewhere in order to break the breaker because all the light switches went down. So... And... Oh no, a Hantu will turn on a light. I don't know what my brain was thinking. We are definitely checking the pooper. Of course, the bunny is sitting on the pooper. If I could teach my bunny to use an actual toilet, that would be amazing. That's... Generally, bunnies are... mean, our bunny doesn't free roam, so Mayor can't turn on the lights. Yes. Did we turn off our lights again? No, we just never turned these back on from the last time that she broke everything. He broke everything. I don't know who we're looking for anymore. Okay, and now this temperature is back to normal. For the absolute love of Pete. What the heck? So it's not Mayor, not a Jinn. Right, it is not a Mayor and not a Jinn. And apparently not up there. Where the hell is this ghost? It's probably entryway or something, and it just hadn't dropped fast enough. When I came in, there's a picture. There's a bunch of stuff on the floor down here. It is totally entryway. We just want... Oh, and it just touched a door, which of course I don't have anything with me to check for UV. Not. So if a light is on in the room that you did not turn on, it can't be a Mayor. Right. I tell people the Mayor is allergic to electricity. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, it doesn't have... I was going to say light in general, but it does not have an issue with candle lights. Mayor will leave the room when the light is on. Yep. Or at least they're not going to do anything in that room if the light is on. That's why when you do maps, you leave the lights off until you know it's not a Mayor. I'm terrible at maintaining sanity in normal life. I don't want to turn off the lights. Oh, just so it won't roam. That does make sense, though. I mean, that is definitely a way to kind of keep your bases going. Alright, also if a ghost turns on a candle, then it's not an Onryo. This is very true. Alrighty, I do have ads coming up, so I am going to take... Can ghosts turn on candles? They can. They absolutely can. Although, the candles in the new Tanglewood are a little bit different, and we can't interact with them, so I'm not positive that ghosts can, but I haven't seen it one way or the other, or been told one way or the other, so... I don't know. But yeah. Onryos will not turn on a candle, but the others can. So I am going to go ahead and run ads because they're going to run themselves here in a second. I am going to hang out in the van. You all will not miss a thing. I am going to take a break and refill my water. But while ads are running, I will get words on stream for anyone who doesn't get ads. That way you're not just staring at the wall. And if you do get ads, take a break, get drinks, get snacks, do all the things. Yeah, I will not go anywhere. So you won't miss a thing. And then I will see you all in just a couple of minutes. Alright, I'm back. How are we doing on words? Oh, we did pretty good the last round. I need to get like a big water jug or something for my office. Because somehow I feel like it shouldn't take me that long to go to the kitchen and refill my water and come back, but somehow it does. Ads are almost over. We'll let this round of words finish up, and then we'll get back into it. And now that we finally found the ghost room, I really should just, like, maybe I should start opening the door early and, like, then going and gathering stuff for bigger maps, like Bleasdale, because we wandered the whole house, like, twice before we finally found the first room we were in. Which is silly. Also, is it just me, or are we getting a lot of ghosts in that front entryway on Bleasdale? Like, I feel like I've been getting a whole bunch there. I don't know what it is. But I feel like I get them there often. Like, I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's just me. My one contribution to the words. Alright, nice. We beat the level of words. I will get the music off. Let's get the words off. Alright, now that we found where our ghostie is, I still have a camera in my hands. Let's go get some more stuff. I was trying pilot and could not spell it for Jack. I don't know. I love the dancing dino under. It is one of my favorite emotes. I don't know whether it's like because somehow spelling was like a big deal to my mom, and like when I was in school, you know, we had spelling tests every week. You had to memorize the spelling of the 20 words. We had spelling textbooks. You were spelling it Piolet? Yeah, that would definitely be, that's an interesting way to spell it, for sure. You have to walk the doggo soon. You're the queen of lurking today. Lurk away. Do your thing. I am sure the doggy would appreciate a walk. Every time... Enough from me. Nope, I refuse to be quiet. Sorry. I refuse. We left all of the stuff in our hands. We have reached the point of stream where we walk in, we put one thing down, and go back out with all of the other stuff still in our hands. Yeah, that would be pretty gross, Rowdy. Yeah, every time, like, you know, 3 ad breaks ago, the little dogs were in here hanging out with me until then, and then I opened the door, and of course they were like, we're done. But anytime I open my office door when I'm streaming, at, like, you know, ad breaks, potty breaks, all the stuff, they start, mostly Wesley, because he's our chaos gremlin, starts bouncing around me, convinced that this means it must be potty time. And that is the reason specifically why I opened the door, was to put them out. Like, he is convinced that that is how this works, and that's what he does. We spoke on it earlier. You said something about one doggo with breathing issues, and you have to have the time when they're outside because of heat and stuff. Yes. Yeah. So Buttercup, my little old lady chihuahua, has a heart condition, and because of her heart condition, she's on a diuretic to prevent, like, fluid from building up in her lungs in places that it's not supposed to be. I've forgotten our things. Event, motion sensor, parabolic. Okay. Is this ghost on the first... Is this the ghost room again? It is. This has been, like... When I was on Bleasdale earlier today, this was the ghost room. And it is apparently again the ghost room. Understood my mom had a doggo who needed his ears undone because of ear issues. Yeah, so... Yeah, now that it's warmer out, I set a timer when I remember. When I put them out, so that they're not out for more than like 5-10 minutes. Just because with it being hot, you know, dogs don't cool off very well. Panting is not an efficient way to cool off. All that sort of stuff. And so, just to help her keep from getting overheated. And yeah, like I said earlier, it's a good thing I work from home, because otherwise it would be pretty difficult to to manage that from the office. Blah blah blah. You didn't, right. Yes, you did listen to earlier, Rowdy. I gave the whole spiel before. I mean, fortunately, where we work is not very far from where we live. However, it is not necessarily convenient to have to, you know, come home every couple of hours in the middle of the day. Yes, you did. Alright, Ghosty, you want to blow out this candle? We're gonna put down more salt. Of course. At least I got to it fast enough. We're gonna put this salt over there. We'll just do one thing on the motion sensor. Did I already get an EMF photo? Yes. I've never really had any pets. Oh. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that. I am an animal person. I love my pets. Pets are... We have a whole bunch of them. We have 3 dogs, a cat, and a bunny. And then my roomies... I don't need another motion sense. Also have a cat. And... yeah, I love having pets. But they are, like, they're a big responsibility. Even little, you know, hamsters, goldfish, whatever, they all require food and care and regular checkups and maintenance and all the things. So, and they require space. Yeah, your parents don't really have space for pets. Yeah, they do require space. Okay, so we do not have... We don't have Feats, and we don't have a Wraith or a Galu. We are apparently going to figure out this ghost by total process of elimination. He is very alert, and he is going... as if he is going out right now, little troublesome doggo. And they had a cat before my brother was born. I love cats. Cats are great. Where are you? Oh, okay. Apparently the ghost has opinions about cats too. And ghost turned off the power. Power is upstairs, right? Yeah, I really, like, especially when I was younger and I was going out a lot more and, you know, just not home quite as much. Having cats was nice because they want your attention, they want your love and affection. They get very attached and bonded to you, at least most cats do. But at the same time, if you're gone all day, as long as they've got the necessities, they're usually okay. Don't you love that this game allows that process of elimination? Sometimes it's just a butt. Now, it's going to record that motion sensor because I didn't turn it off. I'm hoping... I know I missed a comment up earlier. Prior to living in Illinois, I only had cats. Where I lived previously, they didn't permit dogs. Yeah, you're in apartments are, you know, they always have their regulations about pets and stuff like that. Here we're finding, is the roomies have been looking for their own place. They're tired of living with, you know, their aunt and uncle. And they're all young adults, so they've been finding that any houses they find for rent aren't accepting pets at all. And because the market here is just so insane that, like, rental properties can basically kind of demand whatever they want, almost, to a degree. It's nuts. Both of my cats behaved like dogs. I had a cat who would growl at the door. And to the point that you could hear her from a different room. And she wasn't loud about it, but, like, if she heard the mailman, smelled the mailman, I don't know, somebody rang the doorbell, somebody knocked on the door, she would growl at the door. And yeah, she was raised by a dog, basically. And she was very much, she kind of thought she was one of the dogs. Except that she also didn't really like the dogs that much. She liked that dog, the dog that raised her, but she didn't like the other dogs all that much. You didn't walk them. Well, if you had cats... Yeah, I've never really walked my cats either. But Kayaks and I have talked about that, you know, in our next life, second life, you know, retirement, if there is such a thing anymore in this day and age, that we do want to do a lot of traveling and be a little nomadic. I think we might be looking at an EMF 5 ghosty, since we can't get any other evidence. Do we need a parabolic? We do. I still have stuff in my hands. I've got all the smudges in my hands. We don't need that many. And so probably if we get another cat at some point in the future, I will probably try to do some kind of harness leash training. We did get Spirit Box, didn't we? Yes. Ghosty had opinions about kitties. It's not a mimic. We haven't seen Orbeez. With dogs, they need to pay a higher insurance premium. Yeah, I'd believe that, which seems kind of funny because cats that aren't, like, properly house trained and, you know, whatever else, like, can just ruin your walls and your floors and your everythings. I'd love to have a cat, but I don't know how to take care of them. So I'd like to be living with someone that can kind of teach me. That is totally fair. That is absolutely fair. Cats are pretty easy to take care of, though. I want to backpack across the European lands. I don't know if I want to backpack across Europe. However, we do like to camp and fish and stuff like that. So we've talked about getting like a camper and being able to kind of travel that way and see things, see the world. Yeah, but you also need to like to cut nails, etc. You can't yes. I don't know where it was. I'll be honest, I have never really cut my cat's nails, but they do have just the one now. You know, she's got a couple of scratching posts, and if that's gonna keep going, where did I put my sound recorder? But I did have cats that we did cut the nails of. And oftentimes, especially if you find a good vet, and if you find a bad vet, find a different vet. They'll show you, or they'll do it for you. Why do I have nothing that I actually want in my hands? Thanks for breaking the lights. I used to live in a building with someone who walked their cat. Oh yeah, I would think, yeah, you're probably right, Rowdy. A place like PetSmart or Petco that has, grooming. Offers grooming. Oh, Ghosty lit the fire, so it is not an Onryo. And threw a candle. Learning new things today? It's Sunday, you know, be careful, you're not supposed to learn stuff on Sunday. I'm just kidding, Ender. Perhaps South America, maybe Africa. I would love to... I want to go everywhere, to be a little honest. I would like to see everything. Alright, we are looking at spirit or twins. I'm kind of thinking maybe twins. One of the places I most definitely want to go is Egypt. Thanks for the fart, Rowdy! Vets charge a ton of money for grooming services. They can. When I had my cats, they were declawed before it became illegal. Yeah, when I was a kid, my parents' cat was declawed. And yeah, I think it was something they sort of just did back in the 80s. Yes, Egypt is technically Africa, but it's a very specific part of Africa. There are some parts of Africa I, well, probably should not travel, being me. Thanks for the Mario fart, Under. And I was trying to read one and it went away. I'd be happy if I could have a small owl. Oh, that would be cool. But you need a license for that. I'm sure. Some states still allow declawing. I think they do. I know that I think around here, if there's like some kind of medical reason to declaw them, I don't know what the medical reason would be. Not a bet. Then they will, but yeah, pretty much otherwise it's trimming and stuff. And my vet, My cat goes to a different vet because our other cat went to a different vet. But my vet for the dogs, they will generally do decline, or not decline. They'll do things like nail trims and stuff like that for free if they're already doing something else. Okay, so we have our event, we have our motion sensor, we still need our parabolic, which this ghost is being a butthole about. What is it with me and parabolics and ghosts being like, nah? Yeah, the activity board is going nuts. I'm thinking we might have twins again. I can't find the parabolic. I know it's here somewhere. I mean, it turned on the fire out here, it threw stuff out here. Seconds after doing stuff in there. It was huge. I agree, Ender, it was. Thanks for the lurk, Rowdy. Do all the things. Take the pupper pee. Well, let's see if we can finally get this ghost to, you know, do the parabolic bit. Twins have 2 favorite rooms? Well, they technically just have the one, but there's like the twin that has, even though it's just one ghost, they have like a really long reach. So, well, if you're watching me, I'm glad I'm wearing pants. It'd be really creepy if you were watching me and I was naked. So I'm really so it is kind of like 2 people. It's kind of why they're called twins, because they do stuff in their room, but then they have this really long, like, reach, and they can do things in adjacent rooms almost at the same time. But yeah, I mean, now the board is normal, now that we're staring at it, like, totally on purpose. But it was definitely going a little bonkers there, for sure. Okay, at the risk of this being a bad idea... You're so funny. Well, I appreciate that. I try. I mean, I don't seriously try to be funny. I just try to be me. And I'm kind of sarcastic and... you know. Alright, we're gonna look for some bunnies. And... we're gonna find all of our smudges, because they're around here somewhere. Ghost is throwing mail out the door. Don't put the mail back outside. Ghost broke the power. I guess we will start looking for bunnies upstairs. Bunnies! And hopefully we don't get any golden bunnies. The other day, I accidentally triggered a golden bunny in the ghost room. Like, I was setting up. Didn't even have a chance to figure out what the ghost was or anything. No bunny. And it was the bathroom in Tanglewood. So, tiny little room, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Spawn. Dead. Hi, bunny. Be a nice bunny. Thanks. I appreciate it so much, bunny. Thanks for screaming at me. No bunnies. Yeah, immediately. Golden bunny, dead. And that was the end of that. And I don't even remember. I could look it up. I'm a weirdo, and I take notes so that, like, I can, go back and remember stuff whenever I need to, like if I'm looking for clips or things later. And oh, so that's what yes. So the golden bunnies trigger a hunt immediately, and it ignores crucies and all that sort of stuff. It does not do a cursed hunt, thank goodness. But yeah, it triggers an instant hunt. And I thought it was absolutely hilarious. That I went, it's like, oh, well, fine, one bunny down, you know, get it over with. Nope, golden bunny, dead. Okay, what if I put you, like, there? Will that do it? I don't think there's a bunny in there anyway. There isn't. That's smart. I like to take... I mean, to each their own, but for me, I like taking notes about stuff so that way, yeah, I can kind of find clips later. Or if, like, when I post things, if somebody comments about something, I can try to figure it out. Like, I can go back. Alright, now we've had 2 bad bunnies. So the ghost is faster, and we're less sane. And, you know, I can go back and look at my notes and say, oh, no, it was this ghost. Because it does happen. Somebody will say, hey, was it this one? Because the clip doesn't talk about the ghost or any, like, the ghost type or anything like that. It's just something silly that, you know, Ghosty did. And then I can actually, you know, tell them. Or otherwise, I wouldn't remember it all. I'd have to go back and, like, watch the whole VOD. 3 bad bunnies. Alright, we are probably destined for the loony bin. And Ghost is super fast. Wait, what makes a cursed hunt different from normal hunts except for ignoring the crucies? So they're longer? I think that's really the only thing. Cursed hunts are longer, and they're longer by... I'm not sure how much longer they are. Actually, our sanity isn't awful, but we're going to take a pill anyway. But they are longer. Did I just throw down my dots? I did. So, yeah, that's the downside to, like, cursed hunts, is they're a little bit longer. Fortunately, they don't do things like, you know, kills extending hunts or anything like that, which, you know, is just a setting. It's a setting that you can turn on, but they don't, you know, cursed hunts don't actually do that, which is handy or handy isn't the right word, which is good, in my opinion. Although I mostly play solo, so I guess it wouldn't totally matter. Alright, we've had 3 screamy bunnies. Be a runaway bunny. Or not. There are no bunnies in the dining room or in the kitchen. Yay, we finally had a runaway bunny! So that's what, 4 screaming bunnies and 1 runaway bunny, I think? Look here, you! Stop breaking all my lights! Alright, well that undid everything that the 1 good bunny did. But what do we have? 5 bunnies, 6 bunnies. Yeah, if I... Alright, we have all of our objectives. I think we've got twins again. We aren't gonna worry too hard, clearly, about a perfect game, because we're just not worrying too hard about a perfect game. So, yeah, I think we have twins again, based on it doing a bunch of stuff in the sitting room. Good bunnies restore sanity? Yes. So, a bunny that runs away, which is a good bunny, will raise your sanity by a certain percentage. It's like 5 or 10%, and then it will lower the ghost speed by 10%. Where the bad bunnies drop your sanity and raise the ghost speed. So, we had, what, 4 bad bunnies? 5 bad bunnies? So, we would have 150 speed ghost, which I can't hardly tell ghost speeds from of normal speed ghosts. So I don't really want to have to try and figure it out with a fast ghost. I'll leave stuff like that to, crazy people like Baker. And, yeah, then the sanity, and then it drains your sanity. Fortunately, we have sanity meds, so that's not as big of a deal unless we're trapped in there. 6, I think. You know what? You might be right, Under. It might be 6. Alright, well, we are on twins. I am pretty sure we are correct. The only other option would be spirit, but I don't. It didn't seem very spirity to me. And we were correct with twins again. Twins twice in a row. Bum, 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 bum. And we got 37 event points. And said, I know I'm not going to finish off the fourth upgrade for the trophy by tomorrow night, because I think we don't need to listen to it count down all the way. Unless somebody loves hearing it count down. If you do, well, let me know, because I will let it run, but in general, we don't need to let it run. Because I'm probably like 40% of the way there, so yeah, I'm not going to get the next trophy before the event ends. There's next year. I love the badge. Me too. I think it's a great badge. It's a really nice one. This one came from the Galaxy's Edge Showcase, which you could only get for like 3 hours. And I basically happened to be in Tom's stream when he was talking about it, so I made sure to try to be there to get it. But I don't know if this is my favorite one. I actually do really like... I kind of like both of these, but I do really like the one for this event, too. I think the Easter event badge is really neat. I like it. However, on that note, it is going to be it for me today. So, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Thank you, Baker, for the bits and the raid. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Everybody go follow Baker if you're not already. Baker rated a person who did the thing? What's the thing? And I am going to... losing my mind, guys. Well, thank you so much, Ender. I am glad that you had fun here. Follow, subscribe, etc. on all the socials. I do post clips on Instagram and TikTok. VODs go onto YouTube within the next week, but I try to get them up as soon as possible, but I sometimes the day job's all over me, and unfortunately that means other things don't happen as quickly as I would like. But I do get them up as soon as I can within the week. I will be back on tomorrow afternoon, my time, which is 4 p.m. Mountain Time, US. That's 6 p.m. Eastern Time, US. I'm unfortunately really need to get one of those things that like tells everybody their own individual times, because I can't. I don't know what it is. Also, join the Discord. Come hang out. We do all the. We post a lot of. I post a lot of puppy pics. There's lots of puppy pictures in there. And my schedule, of course, is in there, and I ping it when I go live and all that sort of stuff. Now, see you ahead. Have a good night, Baker. Thank you so much for lurking and hanging out, and thank you so much for the raid and the bits and all the things. I love your face. Take care of yourselves. Drink some water. Eat some good food. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I super appreciate all of you. Do something just for yourself. Self-care is super important. It doesn't matter what it is. You know, as long as it's something just for you. I will be back on tomorrow afternoon with some more Phas. Good night, Baker. Good night, Ender. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. And I will see you all next time. I love all of your faces. Bye, everyone.